It's all about. The sun going supernova.
Sunset hues fade in the sky. Eyes locked on the screen nearby. Kelston's realm where thinkers wander. Sunday nights we start to ponder.
No, I know what I'm gonna do.
Worlds and logic twirls.
I'm gonna rock it.
Streams that make our minds unfurl. Puzzles twist and turn our brains. Every week it's new terrain. Cerebral Sundays, minds delight. Our thought-provoking games ignite. Mysteries and riddles grand, guided by a steady hand. Twitch chat buzzes, theories
Approximate time
rise.
until star's death, 11 minutes 26 seconds.
As we delve through each surprise.
No, what is this, the fucking guy?
Unending. Sunday Eve, our minds were bending. Engines wear and puzzles click. Each solution's just a
fly.
trick. Kelston leads us through the night, guiding us to see the light. Chess and codes encrypted truths. Every game a different news. In this digital embrace, every line's a part of the chase.
Most of us would probably say, is the sun conscious? No. Well, why not? Because if the only thing that would define it is a complex functional system.
Why does Boogie Bills have 10 health? Oh, jeez. Oh, there is.
Twitch
Yeah, we're having a problem here.
theories rise. As we delve through each surprise.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Mazes, worlds unending.
Is there any way to know? Oh my god.
Our minds were blending.
Hello? Hello, where are you?
Engines whir and puzzles click. Each solution's just a trick. Kelston leads us through the night, guiding us to see the light. Chess codes encrypted.
To enlighten me, what was this doing on your hard disk? Think now of it, let us continue. Yeah, you got wrecked, did you? We have an entrance. Whoa, fucking scary black hole. Okay. There's two lines in front and behind.
Every mind's a part of the chase.
I am also Dustin. All right, I'm here. We're back. We're good to go. And it's Cerebral Sunday, which means it's time for a little bit more. Talos Principle 2. Steam library's getting a bit unwieldy here. Fucking loads to go through. You know, the problem is now we can't sell our games back to fucking CEX anymore. That's the problem.
Okay. It should start picking up the game in it. I hope. You gonna do that? Yes, it will do that. I think that where we got to last time is we had just had the conversation with the Sphinx, and now we can go to a new zone. Look at that, 58%. Feels good. Have we been speeding up through it? I don't really know. I don't know, because the loop of this sequel is slightly different to the first. I think because each time you get to a new sort of zone or area, it becomes apparent pretty quickly that you have a new mechanic to interact with. It's not just, here's a new area and we're going to test the things that you have learned so far, but also we're going to teach you new things immediately, and you're going to get grips with them. Which makes maybe like the first few puzzles of a new area slightly less complicated, because it's kind of a tutorial. But also you're very quickly having to learn complicated new things. Did we want to have a look? There are environmental puzzles, right? Yeah, see. I mean, do we want to have a look at that? There's got to be a way. I don't even know what it's connected to. There's got to be a way to get green out of somewhere. The only thing with this is, I really want to have a look at this, but what I am not looking forward to is trying to work out which puzzle area is going to be the right one, you know? That makes me think maybe I'm not so hot on doing it, but let's just have a look. Let's see if anything sticks out immediately. This one doesn't really have lasers. That one I don't think has lasers. Would it tell you on the sign whether it has lasers? I don't think so. You can kind of see it from here. Blue. It's only ever going to be blue, right? As far as I can tell. Maybe it's that one all the way over there. This is what I mean, though. You'd have to scour the whole area. Maybe I want to try and do one, though. Maybe we should try and do one. Oh!
My baby don't mess around because she
Hey, Bo.
loves me so, and this I know for
It's kind of
sure.
disappointing, isn't it, when I see the chat message before I hear the audio? You know what I mean? It's got to be a little bit disappointing for you as a viewer. He's like, oh, look, he reacted to the thing before the thing actually happened. That's pretty disappointing overall. Thank you for the subscription, Bo. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing great. All right, hold on. It's up there. Are there any green lasers in here? Dyad. I don't think so. No. No. I mean, maybe it doesn't have to be a green laser, but it does look like it. Let me move fucking YouTube chat out of the way. Only when I type my baby, don't mess around, otherwise it's fine. I see. I'll bear that in mind. Okay, we're gonna have to go around this. So basically, Bo, here's what we're trying to do. See this thing? It connects to... Alright, I'm gonna have to get a view of it. See there? Pandora, right, is holding a box, and it's got a green, like, receptor on it. And this, if you can fire a green laser into that, I think you can power Pandora's box. But this is like, you know, environmental puzzles now. It's not just solve the puzzle room that is laid before you. And I might end up giving up on this only because I'm not sure how to work out, like, which area I should be in. You know what I mean? Like, it could be literally any of these puzzle rooms. Over there seems promising. I actually forgot how to get over there already. Wait, what is this? We haven't even seen this.
In the early days, humankind lived in a world of unexplained wonders and terrors. The powers of the elements were understood in terms of gods and spirits. After all, how else could one explain thunderstorms and earthquakes? But as the realm of scientific knowledge expanded, the realm of the mystical began to shrink. The sacred grove, as Hegel wrote, was reduced to mere timber. But as superstition retreated, another thing was lost: meaning. In a purely mechanical universe, people yearned for the comfort provided by gods and spirits. But there was no way back.
But what about the beauty of the universe? The perfection of everything around us, couldn't they see that?
Not sure I can see that, Miranda. But I do think there was another way, a way forward instead of back. Faith not in an invisible world, but in ourselves, in each other, in the inherent value of consciousness and civilization. They never really found it, but I think that in those last months when their whole species was dying, they caught a glimpse of it. And that's how your mother was born.
I mean, that's a very realistic point of conversation, isn't it? And I, as an atheist, and a man who, in a non-confrontational way, rejects the existence of a God, it is something that I hear sometimes. You know, how can there be any beauty in the world if that's all you think there is? But it's still beautiful though, isn't it? Although it is interesting that the androids are talking about how there is beauty in consciousness. How very Talos principle. I don't think I'm gonna... I think I'm giving up on this. I think I'm giving up already. Because the problem is not... It's like knowing where to start. That's actually the problem with these environmental puzzles, is knowing even where to start. Because I guess you would have to scour each and every puzzle room individually. Determine which ones... Because it might even involve more than one. So which ones even have the potential, the possibility of being involved in solving the environmental puzzle, and then also applying, like, solving the puzzle. Where the fuck am I? I think it's this way. Right, how do I get back? How far did I go? It's that, isn't it? That's like where the monorail thing is. Oh my god. We've already wasted so much time because we were looking at an environmental puzzle that we're not actually going to solve. Oh, I can't swim. Well, how the hell did I get over there before? How have I ever been there? See, this is why we can't do environmental puzzles, okay? Because it requires a sense of direction. Unfortunately. Surely it's up here. Or is it not up here? It's not up here. Oh, it's got to be... Whoa! Oh, no. Okay. Got to be over there somewhere. Right? Let's hear. Okay. Onwards. And some would say upwards. Certainly Elohim would say that. Wow. Okay. The Verdant Canyon.
You know, I always kind of resented Byron for being so charming and charismatic. The dashing explorer. And one of the first companions, too.
What do you mean dashing, Alcatraz?
Being the voice of caution is not a fun role to play.
We all look the same.
Always having to
We
be
literally...
the responsible one, the killjoy.
The only
The one who
difference...
says, maybe that's too much.
The only difference with
But
Byron
sometimes it
is that
too
he's
much.
red. He's red.
It's not your fault, Al.
Which, I don't know if that's good enough to say... dashing. You know what I mean? Also... this looks different.
In this area, we have an especially weird problem.
Okay.
Something in one of the labs is going completely bananas, and I can't shut it down because I'm not, well, you. Come find me when you're ready.
Ooh.
What is it with the language libraries and bananas?
Help Melville at the lab. Over there? Okay, but I can probably solve some puzzles on the way, right? Can I? Or is everything broken? She said everything's broken. Mountaineer. Oh, I see. What is that? Oh! And I can walk out of this? Yeah, okay. Yeah, but... Oh. Is everything a little bit, like, desaturated in this zone? Oh, that worked. This to that. Huh. Oh, okay, let's try something. Nice. Alright. Alright, we're doing gravity things. I get it.
If the language of creation is a kind of melody, maybe that's why we respond to music the way we do. Because we recognize something that can't be expressed in any other way. And when we play music, we participate in something ancient.
Well,
in an act of creation.
that's true, but music is just frequency, isn't it? It's just frequency and resonance. It is based on very physical properties.
Come on, out with it. What's the problem?
I know you're very busy, but you need to pay more attention to what's happening. Everything's slowing down. People are losing track of the bigger picture.
They're still traumatized by New Alexandria.
It's more than that. When I organized the last expedition, I had real trouble finding volunteers. There's no enthusiasm for the outside world anymore. They want to look away from history, pretend there's no past and no future. I'm really worried, Athena.
Okay. I promise I'll look into it as soon as I'm done with this.
As soon as she's done with what, though? Are these recordings, they're like from a long time ago, right? It's not like recent. Has Byron now found Athena? Spiderweb. Spiderweb. What does this do? Well... nothing incredible yet. Well, that must be it, though. This can't... Oh. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. By the way, I haven't even checked out the monument at the the middle of all this. Yaku! Go on then. Nice little point. Wait.
Listening to Miranda talk about beauty made me think. Okay, this might be super weird and kind of pretentious, but I honestly mean it. What is beauty? Like, where does it exist? Is it just in our minds? Or is there some objective component, something quantifiable? I always thought it was just perception, but if I understand her correctly, Miranda sees beauty as a property of the universe itself.
Oh, I hate... Oh my god, what a question. Because... if you say that beauty exists solely in our minds, then aren't you... Well, are you saying that, you know, a lonely meadow of flowers is not beautiful because there is nobody to perceive it? Well, maybe you're saying actually the fact that you're imagining it is perceiving it, and that is enough to give it beauty. But what if it exists and I don't imagine it? Is it still beautiful? Because it probably is. But, you know, is Jupiter beautiful? One of the most, you know, dangerous, violent, destructive forces that exist near us. It might be. If you say it's the interaction between the self and the world, again, it's like you're saying there has to be a self in order for it to be beautiful, which doesn't seem true. Maybe it is objective. Maybe when we say beautiful, we're just trying to describe a thing that we can't describe any better. But it is always going to be there.
That's interesting. So you think the world is beautiful, whether or not someone is there to perceive it?
Yeah.
Even if we were all gone, it would still be beautiful?
Yeah, I do think that. Yeah.
You're probably right. But even if we don't matter, at least the universe is beautiful. Life goes on with us or without us.
Miranda said the fundamental language of reality is a kind of music.
I think that's one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard. I hope it's true.
What kind of music do you like, Yako? Here we go. Get your albums out.
Okay, this may sound like a robot joke.
Yeah, it will.
But I love heavy metal, especially the more melodic kind. It's big, it's epic, it's full of emotion.
Yeah.
You can really get lost in it.
Did you see the Black Sabbath comeback gig recently? You see that? Anyway, see you later. Thanks, Jakob. Gonna forget you're here again. This area is like lagging slightly. I wonder why that is. Oh wait, what? Is it because it thinks it's in the background? No. It's having a problem here. It's having a problem here. That has not really improved anything. Black Sabbath? Yeah, well, he's probably into it, you know? He said he likes heavy metal. It's a robot joke. I didn't even... Come on, man. I just put it to low and I didn't gain a frame. Right, so this area is just... Something's not right. I don't know. Oh, now it's gone worse. Well. Now it's like a bit better again. Look, I don't know. I don't know what this area's problem is, but this area has a problem. Right. Okay. Alright, let's get all the gear. See what we're working with. Okay. How do we do the gravity thing? Because... Oh, this is the gravity thing. Oh, okay, okay. Well... Huh. Alright, let's think about this. Let's think about this. So we're gonna have 2 of these, right? And I would bet good money on the fact that one of them connects to that, and this one connects to that. And then all you have to do is move them around a little bit. But here's the real question. Okay, now we have to actually do science. Because if I do that, and I do this, and then I do this. Now, if I turn this off, it does stay there. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so then I should be able... Oh. To do that. And then if I put this one... Yeah, this makes sense. Done. Oh. Oh, right.
Good solve, one.
Okay. We're doing gravity. We're doing gravity. And I don't know what... I don't know what to do here. It was not this bad at the other place. New interface content available. Battery issues? No. Gravity? Yeah. Do you think some of the... Maybe some of these things are clues, actually. You know, about solving the environmental puzzles. I just haven't really looked into them before. We are going to have to go and help Melville with whatever Melville thinks she needs help with. Have you seen those gigs, Bo? You still here? Or gig? It was. Looked really quite shit, to be honest. I don't know why they decided to put Ozzy Osbourne on the stage. I hope that he had a good time, but it was really weird. Now, interesting. So, come with me. Easy. Look at that. Welcome to a speed run of the Talos Principle 2.
Since day one. I was the first to be born with upgrades from the original Soma design, and he was the first to volunteer to upgrade his existing body.
Yeah, he was a big supporter of upgrades. Deliberate evolution, he called it.
Athena and Cornelius were very kind to me. And so was Byron, but he also made fun of me. And oddly enough, that made me feel more like an equal than anything the others said.
Is this Ghost of Tsushima? Does the wildlife tell you anything? I remember that we followed a book around and it didn't really didn't seem to produce very much.
Today, for the first time, I synthesized life. It was just a unicellular cyanobacterium, but the sheer complexity of even such a simple organism is breathtaking. Creating it from pure energy, I was filled with a sense of awe and majesty. A sense that what I was doing was sacred. It made me think about the enormous power of life. 2.5 billion years ago, these simple beings terraformed the entire planet, creating the oxygen that underlies the Earth's incredible biodiversity, wiping out thousands of other species, but making the future possible.
Miranda synthesized life. Well, here's the thing. Can we kind of do that? We can make a heartbeat in a petri dish, right? Stem cells. Is that the same? Is that the same though? It's a really weird question, actually. If Miranda has synthesized life, I mean... Is that where the founder went? Like, how... These are fucking highly advanced androids, aren't they? Can't... She spoke about how complex it is for, like, a single-celled microorganism, but, like... Can they do even more, then? Pretty quickly? Does that open up the floodgates? How it was before. From JJ Nakalembe's Akaba to Antarctica. Moments of transition and revelation. My great-grandmother lived to be 108 years old, retaining her sharpness of mind to her last day. A couple of months before she died, I interviewed her for my podcast. At the end, I asked her the same question I asked every guest. What is something you wish everyone understood? She thought about it for a while, and then she said how it was before. She tried to explain how much time she spent every single day on utterly mind-numbing activities, like hauling water from the well, and how radically everything changed when their area was finally connected to the electrical grid. Before, there was no time to live, she said, no time to be free. Only work, work, work. I countered by saying that there didn't seem to be much time to live now either, but she laughed derisively. I had no idea what work really meant, she said. Young people were weak and feckless, and that's why we let corporations exploit us. Slightly unnerved by her harshness, I asked her if she missed anything about that time. Old photos. Our village seemed idyllic, but my grandmother quashed any romantic notions I might have had. The past is bad, she said with some finality. Let it be. So many thousands of generations of suffering, even a single life full of tragedy seems outrageous and unacceptable to me. That's why we have to make it have meaning. Okay. From the Book of Annotated Internet Comments. Brilliant, by Eustathius. I just think people are dumb, like relentlessly fucking stupid, absolute fucking morons. Human history is a fucking clown show from beginning to end. The average person, just a slobbering buffoon, bumbling through life like a drunk gorilla in a fucking china shop, breaking stuff left and right, throwing shit at the walls, and never understanding a single fucking thing that happens. I mean, just look at this fucking software putting asterisks where swear words would be. People are afraid of fucking words like they have magic powers, but the real world shit that is fucking ruining their lives, that's fine, because they're too fucking dumb to do something about it. Return to Monka? Brother, we never fucking left. Okay, that's a great... Where's he found this exactly? What was the subreddit? A curious inversion, the return to the mythical state of... what is this? Monkey? Monkey? Is usually portrayed as a material return to earlier stages of development, but here the author instead portrays it as a mental state that has never been surmounted. I would like to meet Uncle Eustathius one day. He sounds like someone who is always curious about everything. Why did it fail to load this profile? Okay. Founding, Hypatia's Journal. The founding of New Jerusalem, day 421. The first new human arrived today, calls himself Arkady, after Chernyshevsky. Spirits are still dampened by the loss of Yamo, but everyone is making an effort. I feel a little sorry for him. He's still so curious, jumping at shadows and staring up at the sky at night, just like I used to do. And here we are, a bunch of grouchy old humans that have seen it all, and are weary and tired and sad. I wonder what he makes of it all. But be that as it may, we're making good progress on the new living area, although Arkady will have to use Yamo's old quarters for the next few weeks. 421 days into the founding of New Jerusalem. This has been many years in the making. Alcatraz! What's going on?
What can I do for you, 1K?
I don't know. What did the mayor say?
He blamed Byron for being headstrong and foolish, which
He's got a
I
point.
don't see it quite the same way, but it's easy to understand why the mayor would think that.
Well, the mayor is an idiot.
It wasn't hard to convince him that we can't leave Byron behind, though. You may not agree with Herman on a lot of issues, 1K, but he's not a bad person.
No, he's just an idiot.
He's doing his best in a
I know.
difficult situation.
I don't think idiots are bad people, but they are idiots, though. You think Byron is still alive?
I hope so. He's always been annoyingly hard to get rid of.
Tell me about Cornelius.
He was the third to be born, after Athena and Eustathius.
Eustathius?
He was an
Should be
important
Eustathius.
figure in New Jerusalem's early history, almost as important as Athena. But after she vanished, he faded into the background. I don't think anyone suspected he knew where she was.
What was he like as a person?
I
As a
didn't know him
person?
that well, but he was always very calm, very thoughtful. Everyone respected him.
Okay, do you believe it was wrong for our ancestors to create us?
Why do you ask?
I'm not sure, actually. Yeah, you seem very opposed to technology, and we are technology.
I'm not opposed to technology.
Alright, okay.
I'm just opposed to trying to dominate everything.
That was mostly a guess, to be honest.
We can be part of the planet's history without having to be its masters.
Do you like text adventures?
I do.
Right.
Although I prefer the term interactive fiction. It's better at capturing what this art form really is.
Sure.
Storytelling.
Sure.
But with a completely different underlying structure. As a category, it's more equivalent to poetry or the novel, rather than, say, film.
Sure.
Anything else?
Yeah, what do you think about Miranda's terraforming efforts? I mean, this is
It makes me wonder why people always think they know better than nature.
Well... That's a crazy thing to say, though, Alcatraz. What if everything was dying? You bow to the wisdom of nature even... because it might be destructive, though. What if it's destructive?
He was in charge of planning New Alexandria. It was his mistake that led to the disaster. After that, he retired from public affairs and dedicated himself to his studies. Well, they've experienced a lot more hardship and tragedy than most of us. I think it's understandable that they choose to focus on their personal interests.
Do you think your beliefs are a response to what happened in New Alexandria?
You mean, am I unduly influenced by my experiences? Unable to imagine the better future Byron wanted because I'm too traumatized? Could be. But I'd like to think I'm a little more self-aware than that.
Maybe we're not self-aware at all, Alcatraz. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on, to be honest. The other side. Oh. Well. Okay, so I clearly need a gravity gun over here. I did that the other way around. No, it wouldn't work, would it? It wouldn't work. Oh, but that would work. Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Oh, is that it? Look at that. No problems. Maybe that's just to teach you that you can gravity tunnel. Fair enough. Alright, onwards to number 7. There's like some sort of weird haze across the water in this area, I think. And I think that's causing like a weird graphics problem. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to just indicate to me that it's hot. Oh, interesting. I think I kind of get it. Hold on. Ah, it's annoying. I need that extra box, and I don't understand how to get it. Let me reset this one. I feel like once you've done this, you can't win now, because how could I ever get that? I don't think I've ever successfully figured a Talos puzzle out. 1 or 2? That can't be true. That can't be true. Some of the ones we've done today, surely, you figured out. Did you not? This one's actually hard, though. I mean, it helps, Bo, of course, when you're playing through the game, you know, the mechanics are introduced to you and they, like, I don't have to think too much about what mechanics I'm working with because I have all the knowledge available, whereas for you it might be slightly trickier to work out what exactly does what. I never know what the end goals are, I miss bits. So, I mean, look, if I just press reset, right? This is exactly how it loads you into this puzzle. Like, or when you walk through the door, this is exactly what this puzzle looks like. So it didn't necessarily tell you the end goal, but we know that these tables are what we're always trying to get to, are these tables. Currently, it is blocked off by this blue barrier that I can't get through. This is a red laser receptor, I think you would call it, which means that if you can connect a red laser up to that with a connector, okay, then you would be able to open this door. But we can, of course, see the immediate problem. And the immediate problem is that there's a fence in the way. And there's a fence in the way here. So there's actually no good way of doing that as things currently stand. But things can go on top of boxes. That might help. Important to note that there's a fan here that must be used somehow in the completion of the puzzle, but anything you put on a fan that isn't a box does this. It just sort of falls around. Now, if you put a box on the fan, suddenly you have a very different situation. But, of course, there is a problem with the box on the fan, which is the door is also switched on and off with the fan. Well, I actually haven't tried it round this way. Let me try this. I'm going to try putting the box up there. Now, that panel over there is like, it's... You can gravity it. Look at this. Well, that might have just left us in an even worse position. Because now what? Okay, now what? You see, the problem is, as soon as you've... I think you can actually get to a point where you can't win this one. Because also, I can't take this out of here. I have to bring an item to swap. So I could, like, swap this with that. But then the gates... So something's got to be there, right? Can you stand on the box and gravity yourself onto it? That was something I was considering, but... I'm just going to reset because I think we went wrong somewhere and we have probably been banging our heads against a brick wall there. But the problem with that is, obviously, I stand here and I jump on the box. That's all well and good, but how would I turn the switch on? Because the only way that I can see to activate this fan is with the switch. And as soon as I turn the switch on, you know, I'm not getting through the blue door. But yes, I could gravity myself if I could find a way to... The problem is, you can't just, like, you can't just gravity any, you know, any surface. It has to be those ones that are like that. Now, that one also works, and I have tried that a little bit, but it doesn't... It also seems to just be a headache. So, for example, let me show you what I mean. So I can do this, right, to bring that box over to there. And then that's cool, but then it fucking stays there, which is pretty annoying. And I can't do this. But then you might say, well, I can do that because I can red laser into red receptor, and you're right. Up to here, you're right. I can't get the box. I can apparently jump on it, but I just fall off it. So that doesn't seem to be correct. I've got a ladder here, which is probably just in case I get stuck here. But the problem is now I need this, right? To gravity it down. But I can't give up the laser. It's something to do with the laser, I think. But I can't... I need this box. And I can't give up the laser, because if I do, then we lose our access to here. But I've got to give something up to get this out of here, so let's give up the box. Right? But then this has to go there. Because how do I get it out? You know? So that has to go there, and it can't do that. It can't even do that from here. And I'm pretty sure there's no way that if I stand the laser... I mean, yeah, the laser's just going to have a problem wherever. See what I mean? Like, laser and box. Might be good enough, but you can't... I don't understand how you would ever get two things out of here, because something's always got to be on that. Unless it's me on that, but then how the hell do I get anything out? Like, laser and box could be the solution. Like, what now, you know? Think I can catch the box? It can't be that. Now, if this was... No, if it was up there, I still couldn't do it. You know what we could do is we could ask for a hint. Because I've got 2 tokens. I can sacrifice a spark. And the fire hidden in this labyrinth will be freed.
Looks like Prometheus has given us a way to circumvent some of these puzzles.
Yeah, you're right.
So each puzzle has a backdoor. I guess the mythological Prometheus was kind of a trickster, so that tracks.
Is it worth it, do you think, for this one? Might be worth it for this one. I haven't used any all game yet. Let me just do one more reset, because I think you need to see it from the start to understand. I don't see how this is going to go well. Unless you start with this... Well, I tried this once, didn't I? Yeah, the problem now is that... How would we get out of here? Unless we have another box. We can't. Alright, let's do it. Let's see what fucking Prometheus thinks about this one. Because I can't see it. No way. I thought he would have like give me a clue. He just solves it. Yeah, but I want to know the solution. That's not good. That's not what I wanted to happen. Hello, PG. Alright, well, I'm just gonna... Fuck, I really thought it would tell me the solution. I'm annoyed that it didn't, but I don't think I'm gonna find out the solution to that one. Delivery. It's gotta be about moving the box. Presumably for... Oh. Okay, wait. Do you think I get the spark back if we have the solution? You can detach the fan. Right. Hang on. Now look at all this stuff we've got. Okay, well, we're gonna need this. Yeah, I would like 100% see the solution now, actually. That's pretty annoying. Basically, this... Oh, I should have connected it first. I should have connected it first, but that's fine. I'm going to do it because it might give us a spark back, and I can now see how to do it. Do I get refunded a spark? I don't know. But we did it. At least we did it properly. Okay. This is the final little puzzle in this area, I think. Step and release. Okay. Once again, we have a detachable fan. Worth bearing in mind. What that would do for me. Nice. Okay. That was a lot of backwards and forwards.
I admire your persistence, 1K.
Actually, thank you, Alcatraz. Alright, we have to help Melville. In the lab or something. Remember that? I don't even know where it is. Aha.
There you are. Good.
What is happening?
Inside this lab, there's a machine. As usual, I have no idea what it is. Some sort of generator, if I had to guess.
Okay.
When Byron got stuck in the system, it went haywire. It's currently outputting enough energy to power all of New Jerusalem twice. As you can imagine, that's causing quite a bit of interference.
What do I do?
You go in there and you switch it off. Shouldn't be hard.
Alright, thanks, Melville. Thanks so much. Error 108. Cannot access energy flow manager. Cannot load profile settings. Cannot initiate automatic shutdown. Connection lost. Emergency shutdown. Automatic shutdown has been disabled. Identify user. Error, unknown user. Initiate emergency shutdown. Access denied. Unknown script Athena detected. Oh my god, anthropogeny, a text adventure. Fucking hell. Okay. You wake up in an impossible place knowing nothing. What? Look around. You seem to be in a labyrinth of ancient crumbling walls. Beneath you is an altar of some kind, as if you were a sacrifice. The sky above you is a perfect cobalt blue, and you are startled by its beauty. Do not reach for the sky. Examine yourself. You find that though you are shaped like a human being and feel that your soul belongs to that storied people, you are made of bronze. You are a beautiful machine crafted with love and care and imbued with the power to choose. It is Cerebral Sunday already, if you can believe it now. Sorry, I've got screens like in the way of chat and I had to move things there to see your chat message. Fixed it. You have gained knowledge of the self. A cold wind blows through the ruins, and you know without knowing how that it is the wind from the kingdom of Artemis. It is the wind that brings with it whispers of mountains glimpsed across the stormy sea, and deep forests wreathed in fog, and the long-forgotten cities of your ancestors. Explore the labyrinth. This is not much of a text adventure if you only give me one option. You set out into the ruins, apprehensive but curious. There is a strange kind of beauty here, the beauty of decay. You must be careful not to imbibe too much of it. What on earth does that word mean? I've never seen that word in my life. Suddenly, an echoing voice speaks to you. Emergency shutdown settings, access denied, it intones. Error 1C. What the fuck? This corruptible /2 must put on incorruption. The sting of death is sin. What the fuck? This one, I guess. Towards them. Leaving the lost children of Hephaestus behind you, you step out onto a vast plain under a setting sun. Night is falling now, and you can see the lights of distant fires on the slopes of Olympus, but you are not ready to ascend. Ascend. Only once you have found all 3 sigils will the path to the divine flame be open. A path leads to the south to the buried city, another leads north to the garden of Hesperides. I don't know. Let's go to the garden. Your journey is interrupted by a frightful burned figure standing alone in the sands of the desert. Access denied, it screams. I'm not sure if this is the greatest text adventure ever made. Could be up there. I'm gonna fight. Warning. Output max perimeter exceeds safety protocol 2C settings. Cannot adjust output max to correct setting. Access denied. The nymphs lead you to a place where the crowns of the brass trees seem to grow together, forming a kind of chamber strangely reminiscent of a chapel. In the middle of this chamber grows a smaller tree made of bright blue steel, and upon this tree grows a single golden apple. I see, we are in the Garden of Eden. Take the apple. Ask the nymphs about the apple. Ask the nymphs about their father. Fuck. Tell me about the emergency shutdown. Pandora guards the way, frightened by your friend's trespassing. Her mind is filled with fire and loss, the nymphs whisper. Only the Titan Prometheus can help you. Oh, great. Tell me about Prometheus, then. Is that your... Oh, some say that Heracles, when he freed our father Atlas from his burden, did not do so by taking his place, but by showing him that the celestial spheres did not need to be held up by anyone, neither Titan, god, nor mortal. Then Atlas sat upon his mountain, gazing upon the stars, and wept. Tell me about the apple. This apple, they say in unison, their eyes aglow, confers the gift of deathlessness and true wisdom. Many heroes and not a few villains have come to claim it, but all faltered in the final step. For you must know that deathlessness reveals the mortality of the world, and true wisdom its unending folly. Who would take this burden upon themselves? Punch a nymph! Say that you are strong enough to bear it. I have got knowledge of the self. You speak wisely of yourself and you are right, the nymphs say. But do not forget that you are human, and others must bear this burden with you. You have gained a sigil. Journey to the buried city. We don't punch nymphs. Not on a Sunday stream. The buried city lies to the south. It was once a place of great wisdom. The philosophers of old strolled on its walkways, debating the nature of virtue and the soul. Now the sands of the desert have claimed its streets, and even its famed temple upon a hill is slowly eroding. Search. We're not calling out for anybody. I'm not meeting any more nymphs. As you walk through the lost avenues of the buried city looking for a sigil, you come upon a strange sight. A procession of ghostly figures, echoes of a forgotten past or an unimaginable future, trapped in a moment of celebration. They are smiling, happy, at peace with the world. How do they make you feel? Happy, probably. The ghosts do not frighten you. You decide that they are not echoes of the past, but signs of a future yet to come. Walking amongst the ghosts, you come upon a fragment bearing the sigil of the owl. You reach down and take it, and as you do, you have gained a sigil. Let's go to Olympus. Suddenly, the voice of the Sphinx, her golden wings, her shadow cast. Initiate emergency shutdown. No, you must not do this, Pandora commands you. I have stopped you for a reason. If you complete your quest and ascend Olympus, everything will burn. What? Don't you see, Pandora? Don't you see? By withholding those things in your box, you are not allowing the completeness. Pandora hesitates, then she sighs. You speak the truth, creature of clay. Even I cannot use the flame wisely. Access granted. Terminating script. We fucking did it.
The flame is not yours to wield, creature of clay. Touch it, and you will burn.
Maybe the flame is not yours to wield, Pandora. Do you ever think about that? Maybe it actually... What is that word? Maybe it's your hubris, Pandora, that thinks it is... Makes you think and believe that it is yours to wield, but it is not, actually. Maybe it is ours to wield and to make mistakes with it. Melville, I fucking did it.
You know, dealing with this hyper-advanced technology is quite challenging
Fire.
enough without the place also being bloody haunted.
Melville. Did you find anything else out about the generator?
When I said it was outputting enough energy for 2 New Jerusalems, I wasn't kidding.
There's a fox
It
behind
really
you.
was. And no emissions of any kind. I'd have to run more tests, but it seems like a perfect power source.
Okay. That's very promising.
And then imagine what the megastructure can do.
Yeah,
And
well,
what we could do with that kind of energy.
it can eat Byron.
I wonder if anyone in New Jerusalem really understands.
Anyway, there's a fox behind you. Right. Here we go. Oh, hello. Oh, we already did this. Where the hell am I going? Something's... Sorry, by the way, Nam. You're joining us a little bit late. And I didn't explain, but something is a little bit jank in this area. I don't know why, but it's making my frames go a little bit shit. I mean, I think it was maybe something to do with, like, just loading in that lab before or something. I think I've gone the wrong way. But yeah, it might look slightly stuttery, and it only happened when we came here, so... I apologize, but I don't know if there's a lot I can do. I tried to do some things, and it didn't work. Okay. What? Oh, okay.
The philosopher Straton of Stagira had little respect for the gods, and instead placed his faith in Prometheus. Driven by hubris, he asked questions that must not be asked, and revealed secrets that should have remained hidden. It is said that for these offenses, he was put to death by the people of his city. Can you see the folly of his actions?
It is never folly to pursue the truth even if there is a cost. The folly was not his, it was the people who acted foolishly. There is no folly in pursuing the truth, it was only his methods that were mistaken. Foolish of him to give his own life in pursuit of truth. Should have respected the traditions and beliefs of his people. It is never folly to pursue the truth, Pandora, even if there is a cost.
Why do you believe that the truth is worth more than a life?
Look, what does axiomatic mean? My god, this lady. Self-evident or unquestionable? Well, that's no. The world needs the truth more than it needs one life. Living without truth is not living. The truth is the only foundation a future can be built on. I don't think that the truth is worth more than a life, but it was Straton's choice to make. It was.
And what when it is the lives of others that are at stake?
Oh my god.
When your pursuit of the truth may burn down their world, not only yours.
I don't know. Is she asking me, just to put it into perspective, what she's essentially asking me is there a sacrifice worth making in pursuit of, like, a great universal truth? Take it away from just what happened to Straton. And then I don't fucking know, man. But I think there might be. It's like the geneticists who have to lock down their data sets or they'll be used for scientific racism. Right. Like, you can't reveal too much because the fucking eugenics nut jobs will go mad. Fuck, though. But the... Nah, it's not... Okay, but what I'm not answering that question, though. The question is, what if there was... Holy shit. We're living this right now, right? We're living this in terms of... We don't know what the fuck gravity is, okay? Newton thought that he knew, and Einstein thought that he knew, and we know how it works, but we do not know what it is. Still, we're still trying to work it out because we can't marry it up with the most successful scientific theory in the history of humankind, quantum mechanics. But what if somebody said, we can identify the graviton? That you have to make a sacrifice, but you make a sacrifice and we'll identify the graviton. Maybe it's not worth it. If you say truth above anything and information wants to be free and so on, that means you have to be okay with nuclear weapons designs being posted on the internet, no matter how many people that kills, and that doesn't sound like the best idea. It doesn't sound like the best idea. Ugh, but it doesn't sound like the best idea, but why does it not sound like the best idea? Because of the way that bad actors will use the truth. It isn't the case that the truth itself is an inherently bad thing. And in fact, you know, say the ability to generate nuclear energy is actually fantastic. The reality is there are idiots, sure. But I'm just curious about what question I'm being asked here. Because I suppose what I really have to consider is the alternative. Is the alternative that we will never know that truth? Like, it's one thing, right? It's one thing for you to say the geneticists hide their data sets so that malicious people don't get their hands on them. Good, cool. What if, though? What if the story was different and geneticists stopped working to uncover the truth? Not that they're hiding it, they didn't bother working it out because they saw the potential danger in uncovering it. What if that? Pandora is asking whether you should risk other people's lives in pursuit of the truth. We do that all the time. I don't understand that as a thing. When Neil Armstrong climbed into Apollo, that motherfucker was in a lot of danger, you know? That was really dangerous. That was a huge risk. Between these two options, the bottom one says never. So that is disqualified. We must never risk other people's lives, only our own. Oh, I see. And Neil Armstrong risked his own life, right? We didn't strap him to the fucking chair. Yeah, okay. Yeah, actually, then I like the bottom one because it says only our own. There's some sacrifices I think I'd be willing to make for certain truths. I think. Well, it would be me, though. Yeah, I get that. It's me. I don't like the bottom one because it is too absolute. The top one says sometimes, the bottom one says never. The bottom one does say never, but it also says only our own. It allows for sacrifice as long as it's the individual who is deciding to make the sacrifice. And I think at the end of the day, that does conform to mostly all of my moral reasoning.
This is true, but no life exists in isolation. What you choose for yourself has consequences for others. Consider this as you approach the flame.
You see, the other point of this, Nam.
That was surprisingly calm.
They're gonna do a load of
given
speaking,
how
then
aggressive
let me get into
Pandora
it.
has been elsewhere. I didn't think she'd even want to talk to you.
Shit.
I've toyed with the idea that the entities might be epiphenomenal in some way. Instead of causing the changes in the system, maybe they just respond to them.
See, whoa. He's also asking us to consider like a reality where we don't know what the sacrifice is, right? In your example with the geneticists, they know. They have assessed what the potential risks are, and they have taken appropriate action to mitigate those risks. But if you're just presenting me with a nebulous concept, right? A nebulous idea like the truth. I mean, I don't know what the risks are associated with that, and I guess I would have to know what the risks are, truthfully. This is getting harder to work out, man. Maybe morality is complicated. Maybe it really is.
I remember when I was quite young, I was having trouble figuring out what I wanted to do. I wanted to see the outside world, but even back then, that wasn't really encouraged. I ran into Byron on Jameson Avenue, completely by accident. And I was too nervous to talk to him. I mean, he was one of the first companions.
Yeah.
But he noticed me, and we started talking, and he was really encouraging. Introduced me to Garrus, and took me along on an expedition to the quarries in the mountains. Whatever flaws he may have, Byron cares about people. He changed my life.
Yep. That's Byron in a nutshell.
Yeah, I think.
So, here it looks like there should be an anti-gravity elevator, but it's locked down. I'll need you to connect to the data stream again. I'm really sorry, 1K. I know it's a risk, but I think it'll be worth it.
But yeah, that's really the problem, is we're being asked to consider, it's like, it's not a truth that you know, right? Nam, it's not a truth that's like genetic code that you know, but have decided not to, you know, not to release or whatever, for whatever reason. It's like asking you to consider maybe a truth that you don't know. And that's a much more complicated question.
Have you seen Miranda's design for a transport system that would connect all the labs to the machine?
It's amazing, isn't it? I think she's really excited about showing this place to people one day. She also kept asking me about what kind of monuments we could build, you know, to really transform the landscape, show the possibilities.
But her capsules only fit one person.
It's just the first iteration. Give her some time. She'll figure it out. Remember how many mistakes we made in the beginning, even with all the blueprints we had?
But that's not my point. It just worries me that she lacks context. Her imagination is incredible, but it's still limited by what she hasn't experienced.
Would it have been better if she'd been raised in New Jerusalem? If her mind was limited by self-hate and decay? If all she could imagine was sitting around ignoring the universe in favor of self-righteous solipsism?
No, but I don't know.
Sorry. You're not wrong. We can't stay hidden forever.
Did you see the bit earlier, by the way, Nam? I don't know when you joined us. Did you see the bit where they were talking about Miranda has... Whoa. Synthesized life? What they said? I think I know what I need to do. Anyway, yeah, they said Miranda has synthesized life. Single cellular organism. Alright, hold on. With these 3 tools... You're only going to have one side available. So if it's red... Oh, right, yeah, this is right. This is right. There we go. I just had it connected up wrong. I don't know if it was by accident. It didn't really sound like it. Do I still have access to it? There you go.
Today, for the first time, I synthesized life. It was just a unicellular cyanobacterium, but the sheer complexity of even such a simple organism is breathtaking. Creating it from pure energy, I was filled with a sense of awe and majesty. A sense that what I was doing was sacred. It made me think about the enormous power of life. 2.5 billion years ago, these simple beings terraformed the entire planet, creating the oxygen that underlies the Earth's incredible biodiversity, wiping out thousands of other species, but making the future possible.
See? Isn't it strange, though, that that makes me feel so uncomfortable? Shouldn't I feel buoyed by a wondrous creation? But then I did mention, although I'm not sure there was anybody, if a tree falls in a forest, you know, no one's around to hear it. Does Kelston still make a suggestion? What about, maybe wiping out thousands of species? Yeah, maybe, but I'm okay with that, though, because that's just, she's just talking about evolution, right? She's just talking about, like, the way things go. That's all right. We do, we have made hearts that beat, though, right? In Petri dishes. From stem cells. Is that... I assume we're saying that's not the same because...
I don't like sand.
It isn't an organism?
Coarse and rough,
isn't it more complex,
irritating,
though?
And it gets in my ball bearings.
Isn't it? The tree falling in the forest thing is so dumb. Just because words have two meanings. Yeah, sorry, I was only saying that as a joke. I'm sorry, I wasn't really... I wasn't trying to get into that discussion because, of course, it does make a sound. Perception does not produce sound. Yeah, I guess, but that's the point. It is when we make a beating heart in a Petri dish, how different is that to Miranda synthesizing a, what did she say, single-celled bacteria or something? Because the heart can't sustain itself. It can beat, though. It can beat on its own. People debate it because they're using two meanings of the word sound. Yeah. What? Yeah. Listen, I don't really want to get into the tree thing, but I agree with you. Yes. What people are really asking is, if a tree falls over in a forest and nobody is around to hear it, is there anybody around to hear it? And the answer is obviously no. But if you ask the question, does it make a sound? Of course it does. Yes. Does it make vibrations in the air? Yes. Does it cause an auditory experience? No, exactly. Well, that's all sound is, though. Sound is just vibrations in the air. Well, not even in the air, just in anything. The riches. Getting rich was the worst thing that ever happened to me. I see that now, at the end, when the insight is useless. Not being poor was great. No longer having to worry all the time. Being able to afford the best doctors. Being able to go on holidays. Being able to take care of my mother. But being rich, it just isolated me. It changed every interaction with every other person, because suddenly I had the ability to change their life, to fix all their problems, and they knew it. And I knew it. A simple choice on my part could take away so much of their pain. Every interaction became infected by this inequality between us, and it made me bitter. It made me feel every relationship, even with family, was transactional. I was desperately looking for some genuinely human experience, but I seemed excluded from that now, and it made me resent everyone. What I didn't see, what I only see now as I'm dying, is that I could have used that money for good. All of it. I don't mean giving it to some NGO run by other rich people. I mean really using it. I loved movies. How many indie movies could I have financed? How many books could I have gotten published? And how much could I have just built? Not another villa for myself, but things that would benefit civilization in general. Hell, I could have just given it away. Made all those lives better. Taken away that pain. And if at the end of the day I was only left with enough money to be upper middle class, so what? At least I would have been the person I wanted to be. Who is the spy? We don't know. Resource wealth as such has no value. It only matters in terms of the ability to act. But what made this ancient human so unable to act? It can't have been a personal failing, as most people of similar wealth acted the same way. Perhaps the answer lies in scarcity, or a system built on it, naturally optimizing towards resource accumulation. Historical circumstances, not individual sin. But I have read about rich ancients who did act differently. They were rare, but they did exist, so it is possible for people to defy the will of history. Well, there are always people who will act differently, but essentially that was like my hypothesis on why extraordinary wealth is actually immoral. People will do what most of their peers do, whether it's morally right or not. Define people. It's all a joke, isn't it? A giant prank perpetrated on all of us. The goal, the founder, the simulation. I don't even think you exist. This is too Athena. I don't think biological humans ever existed either. What nonsense. I bet these messages just go to the mayor's inbox or straight to the recycling bin. You all suck, Lamau. Good evening, Zentar. Zentar, I have some interesting questions for you. And some interesting thoughts. First of all, let me just finish reading these, and then I'll show you something. Hypatia's Journal, number 9. Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem, Day 676. After the chaos of the last months, quiet has returned to the city. I suppose we're calling it a city now, although this small collection of dwellings, inhabited by a mere 25 people, seems to barely deserve that designation. We have to come up with an actual name soon. I suspect, after the first 1 or 2 decades, calling it the city is going to get a little bit stale. Everyone has an opinion, of course. It's the talk of the town these days. I'm personally hoping that New Alexandria will win out in the vote next week, although I suspect Elohim's legacy carries the most weight. Byron came up with some silly suggestions, like Constantinople, yes, very New York, and Robot Paris. Fucking, I tell you what, man, Byron is a visionary. Constantinople is exactly what they should have called it. Fuck New Jerusalem. Okay, what did I just download?
This one seems to be corrupted. It's almost like something tried to delete it as you were downloading it. Pandora, maybe.
Anyway, Zentar, just listen to this. Tell me what you think.
For the first time, I synthesized life. It was just a unicellular cyanobacterium, but the sheer complexity of even such a simple organism is breathtaking. Creating it from pure energy, I was filled with a sense of awe and majesty. A sense that what I was doing was sacred. It made me think about the enormous power of life. 2.5 billion years ago, these simple beings terraformed the entire planet, creating the oxygen that underlies the Earth's incredible biodiversity, wiping out thousands of other species, but making the future possible.
I just want to know what you think of that. That Miranda, the essentially child robot, I'm not really sure how her creation came about, actually. I'm not sure if that's been revealed to me. She has synthesized life. Now, also, here's a very big question, Zentar. Well, and anybody else, but other people were here maybe while we were experiencing it. I'm trying to think of the right way to summarize what was a very complicated conversation. Is it ever appropriate? And you must understand the use of the word ever. Is it ever appropriate to sacrifice another individual or a part of another individual, or maybe even something that belongs to another individual, in the name of the pursuit of truth. And I don't mean like theoretical or you know, supposed truth, but actual objective universal truth. Is it ever acceptable? Because I think I determined that it probably is acceptable to make a self-sacrifice towards that, but to sacrifice something of another, is it ever acceptable? And we shouldn't say in the pursuit, we should say in order to reveal the truth, because it was presented very definitively to me. It's not like if you make this sacrifice you might know. It's like, what if you could make a sacrifice to one of the things I mentioned was like maybe a sacrifice to determine the connection between, I don't know, quantum mechanics and gravity. And you could just do that. Is that ever worth it? I think there are two biases at work there, if I can call them that. Non-natural bias, people don't like things that aren't natural. And tall poppy bias, people don't like the idea of someone playing God. I think... I think I just don't like the idea of somebody playing God because it might indicate the existence of God, which I would find troubling, but it would be interesting at least. But it makes sense though as well, right? I mean, she said she created it from energy. I know it doesn't make sense with the current sort of technology and understanding and knowledge that we have available to us in 2025 as human beings, but we do know that energy is the same thing as mass. It's the same. Einstein taught us that. It's just a different configuration. I agree, I can't think of a scenario where I would be comfortable sacrificing someone else. I think that's probably reasonable. I think that is the line that I took. But it took a little bit of thinking to get there. It's not straightforward. Surely that's a lack of creativity. What is? What's a lack of creativity? Sorry, I don't understand. Did we get any other good ones? Being unable to think of a scenario where it's right to sacrifice someone else in order to make the truth known. I think it's a lack of creativity. In what way? You will have to further your argument.
In the early
This was a good
days,
one.
Humankind lived in a world of unexplained wonders and terrors. The powers of the elements were understood in terms of gods and spirits. After all, how else could one explain thunderstorms and earthquakes? But as the realm of scientific knowledge expanded, the realm of the mystical began to shrink. The sacred grove, as Hegel wrote, was reduced to mere timber. But as superstition retreated, another thing was lost: meaning. In a purely mechanical universe, people yearned for the comfort provided by gods and spirits. But there was no way back.
But what about the beauty of the universe? The perfection of everything around us, couldn't they see that?
Not sure I can see that, Miranda. But I do think there was another way, a way forward instead of back. Faith not in an invisible world, but in ourselves, in each other, in the inherent value of consciousness and civilization. They never really found it, but I think that in those last months when their whole species was dying, they caught a glimpse of it. And that's how your mother was born.
Really easy one. You have DNA evidence that would exonerate someone innocent that is currently on death row. Okay. However, the killer, who is currently free, would die instead. So you'd sacrifice a life. Well, you're asking me to make a very difficult decision as somebody who doesn't believe in the death penalty. Because I would probably advocate... well... I mean, if you're asking me of those two people, which one of them should die... then I suppose it is the killer, but it's much more difficult than it first appears, to be honest. How do we do this? How many do we have? We have 3. And it's only ever going to be 3. Oh, I see. Oh. I think I see. That was also the problem in Pandora's scenario, though. It wasn't the philosopher who caused the deaths. It was the society around him making their own judgments that he might have disagreed with. Okay, wait. I've been trying to... It's so hard in this game, because once you started solving a puzzle, like, my brain has left that already. Okay. Let me just finish... Let me finish this puzzle. Before I forget where I'm up to. Hold on. Okay, we did the puzzle.
With the drone.
Oh, thank fuck. Okay, Jakob. Thanks for that input. We're talking about Stratton, right? So what happened to Stratton? They sentenced him to death. Why? For blasphemy or something? We can just call it that, even if it's not that. I feel like it was that. Did he cause deaths, though? I didn't think he caused deaths. Are you saying he didn't cause the deaths? I didn't even know it was suggested that he did. This might be a cool one.
She's remarkable, isn't she? She sees so much beauty in everything.
She is, you're right. But I'm not sure she doesn't see too much beauty.
Is it wrong to be delighted by the perfection of the universe? To look at what surrounds us and experience awe instead of just fear.
No, but to call it perfection implies a kind of moral value that it doesn't
No, I don't
have.
believe that,
The
Cornelius.
universe is cold, Athena. It doesn't care about us or about life or civilization. It fundamentally cannot care. But Miranda seems to think it's almost benevolent, purposeful.
I see.
You're right. But have you considered that maybe she sees something we can't see? A step ahead? You know, Cornelius, if we succeed, the next generation will not be like us. They might see the world in ways we never could have imagined. Maybe she's the first sign of that.
I hope so. I really do, Athena. You know that I love her, and I am perpetually amazed that this being we created that came solely from our minds is so profoundly different and unique. That does strike me as a kind of miracle. But it's also a huge responsibility. And I worry about our choices.
Oh. Yeah, that's pretty profound. Does anybody call the universe perfection, though? Is Miranda calling the universe perfection, or is she just admiring the wonder of its creation without necessarily labeling it perfect? Children are easily impressed. The universe is impressive. May not be perfect, but it's certainly impressive. Whoa, hello.
We begin with the self, because that is what determines our existence as individuals. But the self cannot exist without that which surrounds it. The citizen lives within the city, and the city lives within the cosmos. So now we must apply the principle we have discovered to the wider world and ask, if man is like a machine, could it be that the universe is similar in nature? And if so, what follows from that fact?
Well, I'll tell you what immediately follows from it when I consider it is that man can create a machine. So why can't man create a universe? Well, I mean, I don't know if that's so. Is that a stratospheric thing to say? I mean, I just feel like that's pretty ordinary. What the fuck? That was like so loud, man. That was like a jet engine. I mean, I think the universe is like a machine, and I think man's like a machine. That doesn't... The problem is that when you say things like that, people think that you're saying that takes away the value of it. I think it adds to the value of it. I don't know. It's not subtracting anything for me. Whoa, okay. fuck? What? Gonna be the same again. I don't know, but I'm taking everything. Shit. Okay. So. Well. Well. Hold on. Put this here. Yeah, we're gonna encounter a problem here. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Okay, wait. Oh, do I have to reset? Okay. That felt like a lot, honestly. That puzzle felt like a lot. I don't know what any of those mean yet. But I haven't spent enough time considering it. That's really the issue. I've just glanced at them and then decided, you know what? I've got an important job to do. What is this? Is this a fake one? Like a... No, a real one. Oh, great. Oh, fuck, man. What? Shit. I'm an idiot. Oh, fucking hell. We gotta do it all again. But I get it now. It's blue that needs to be at the end. Right. That makes more sense. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Relax. Oh, what the how do you do that then? What? Wait, what? What? Why is this so close? Clearly. I get it. You know what? I completely get it. But unfortunately, we're gonna have to do it again. But I completely get it. It's so, guys, it's so easy actually. It's such an easy puzzle. I can't believe it's taken you all this long to work it out. It's actually maybe the easiest puzzle I've ever seen. Certainly one of them. Okay. What? It took you... Yeah, how long?
Well done, 1K.
Honestly, was that Alcatraz? Because that was the most I've ever needed a well done in all my life, actually. Thank you for that. Whoever the fuck that was, thank you very much. I'm not... It was this number 4? What even was that? Wait, it was a sprite thing. Oh no. I lost it. Where did it go? Wait, no, that just went to power the thing, right? That's just... Yeah. That was number 4. That was a legitimate one, but it didn't have a number on it, though. Did it? That was number 4. Where's 5? Here. What? All right, let's go to the map marker, because I could not explain to you what is happening. I don't know.
are entirely too many strange things going on around here.
Honestly, Melville? Correct. Correct. I feel like I'm in Outer Wilds. What is all of this? Error. Whoa. And it came to pass in the 11th year, in the first day of the month, that the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, because that Tyrus hath said against Jerusalem, Aha, she is broken, that was the gates of the people. She is turned unto me, I shall be replenished, now she is laid waste. Therefore thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I am against thee, O Tyrus, and will cause many nations to come up against thee, as the sea causeth his waves to come up. And they shall destroy the walls of Tyrus and break down her towers. I will also scrape her dust from her, and make her like the top of a rock. It shall be a place for the spreading of nets in the midst of the sea, for I have spoken it, saith the Lord God, and it shall become a spoil to the nations, and her daughters which are in the field shall be slain by the sword, and they shall know that I am the Lord. Author John Martin. What in the fuck is this? Faith. Perhaps faith is neither choice nor submission. Perhaps faith is a demand. For our pain to have meaning, for the stories of the world to rhyme, for a world designed by a loving hand. Perhaps I will believe with defiance in the forgiveness of all sins, in the kingdom of God on earth, and even the resurrection of the dead. I will believe with clenched fists and gritted teeth, and prayers that refuse to be gentle. Unauthorized trial at secondary site. Catastrophic failure. She's gone. She's gone.
It's over. We failed. Everything we thought we were doing. It's all ashes now.
I don't think you really believe that.
She's gone, Cornelius. She's gone because I failed her. She's gone because the machine that I built killed her. She was perfect. And now, she's nothing.
I know you don't want to hear this. I know you want her to be perfect, to be blameless. But you didn't kill her, Athena. She killed herself. She killed herself because she was reckless, because she was naive, and frankly, because she was a little arrogant, too.
She was reckless because I filled her head with dreams. Dreams of the future. Of a better world. A world that nobody wants.
No, it's not the dreams that killed her. It's that we brought her here. It's that we tried to build all this outside the city. We raised her without people, without society. The wilderness is for prophets, Athena, not for children. We should have stayed, fought for our ideas.
It's too late now. It's too late.
It was Ezekiel 26. I'm glad you told me because I didn't know. So what happened to Miranda? Parents take too much credit for how their children turn out. Actually, you don't have much influence on any outcomes other than whether you have a good relationship with them. I don't think... I think that's an oversimplification. But I agree with your first sentence, though, wholeheartedly. But I think that the rest of the paragraph may be an oversimplification, if I could be so bold as to say that.
They lost their daughter.
Yeah.
Right here in this ruin, Cornelius and Athena lost their daughter. Miranda's dead. So even the founder doesn't have perfect control over this technology. Even the
What
founder
did you
makes
fucking
mistakes.
think, Yakut? Don't be giving me that.
Byron was right in a way.
Yeah, we're not here on like a
Turned the founder
pilgrimage,
into
though.
something she never was.
Right.
She was never perfect.
I know.
She was never infallible. No one is. Listen, I understand why you and Byron see so much hope in this technology. You want us to be better, to grow. But what if it all goes wrong? If even the founder couldn't get it right, what hope do we have?
Such a crazy way to phrase that, but also if you don't know, it comes back to this conundrum that we were having earlier, Nam. Yakut here is acting like we have uncovered a technology that is inherently dangerous. All that we know so far is that we are uncovering a technology that has the potential to be dangerous. We don't even know how it's dangerous or anything. Like, we don't know anything. You can't reject it on these grounds, I don't think. Yeah, here you go. The risks of the megastructure concern me. That's why we need to know more. Correct?
I'm glad you see the risks too. And I agree, we can't just run away from this. But once we get Byron out, we should think about finding a way of turning the whole thing off. Let this place be a tomb for Miranda, and not the rest of us too.
So stupid, man. Well, it's not stupid, is it? I was going to say it's stupid they're robots. And I feel so heartbroken for them.
Thanks
But
for your help, 1K.
what is a
The
robot?
elevator should be working now.
They're a human being.
And Yakut,
They call themselves humans.
sorry about Miranda. I know you're looking
They
forward
act
to
like
meeting
humans.
her.
They feel like humans. They mourn their cats like humans. Don't they mourn their daughters too? Where it fuck? Is this thing active now? Isn't turning it off what someone else did before you all got here? You've been turning on lasers to power it back up. I don't know. I just feel like all that is implied. It's all just implied. Here we go. Now we're not dead. Look at these massive bright red frogs. What the hell? They're huge. I guess, yeah, we've been powering it up, but I don't know if someone turned it off or what. Or you know, perhaps it had they were powering it up and it had a catastrophic failure in the middle of powering it up. You know what I mean? Like, it all feels very implied at this point. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I should know, but I don't know. It's interesting. Oh, fuck off. What? Fuck! What? What is this? No way. No way, man. Oh my god. Right. What an absolute nightmare. I never want to see that thing again ever in my life. Extinction. The dodo, extinct because of Homo sapiens. Stella's sea cow, extinct because of Homo sapiens. There's a running theme here. The Labrador duck, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The Rocky Mountain locust, the thylacine, the deep water cisco, the golden toad, the northern white rhinoceros, the splendid poison frog, the Amur leopard, literally every last orangutan, extinct because of Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens, what do you think will happen to them? It's time for this madness to end. That's a bit of a fair comment. A shameful list, says Cornelius, and yet we are the only species that would ever make such a list and feel bad about it. Because extinction is normal in nature, a common side effect of evolution. Exactly. What I want you to think about is this. Is natural extinction less tragic? Should we be less opposed to it? Where is the difference, if there is one at all? Well, we do try to preserve things, don't we? Even when nature would have them be extinct. We attempting to subdue a cycle of destruction?
Man, this sucks. It's one thing hearing about the symptoms, it is another totally to experience them. I feel like an insect trapped in resin, slowly congealing. I can keep working for a while, though. There's still a bunch of critical tasks. I don't know what I'll do when I'm done. A lot of people have gone home, but Alexandra's still here. I don't think she's left even once, not even when her best friend died. We chatted a bit yesterday. She likes peanut ice cream. Not pistachio. Peanut. Well, at least we can agree that strawberry is an abomination.
Strawberry's not an abomination. That's a crazy statement. It's not the best ice cream or anything, but like that's an absolutely wild statement. Whoa. It was scary when the wall was flying at me, but we made it. Okay, what is that? Is that only 6? This area has actually been tough in parts. Just because it's now... It's not just... It's fucking moving the world now. Everything used to be rigid. Do you remember that? Above. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, what? The hell was that? What the fuck is that? Above. What do you mean nice to see you do a triangle? What does that mean? Do a triangle? What is this? Oh, that's got a red one. Oh. What is this powering? Oh, really? Oh. I feel like we ask the same questions each puzzle. What is this? And this can't work. It can't work. This... The thing is, Bo, you're laughing, Bo, but we've actually found an impossible one here, because I don't even know why anything's moving. Aha. Aha. Holy shit. Okay. What? That long enough? Shit. Alright, well, we've got to just try things. Fuck, It has to be up there. It has to be up there. Wait, now how do I... Nem's talking geometry. I think the triangles are often a bit more difficult than the regular ones. What are you talking about? Triangles? What? I don't even know what that means, man. I've never seen a triangle before. What? Okay, now. The problem is I can't see it from here. Like, you can't... What? A polygon with 3 corners and 3 sides? Never heard of it. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Right. Listen to me. This puzzle's impossible. I'll tell you why it's impossible. Because... Nah, you can't do that. Okay, wait, you can do that. Actually... This is so stupid, though. This is so stupid. But if this works, I won't believe it if this works. Is that the solution? There's no way. There's no way. That's nonsense.
Having a friend like Byron is a rare blessing. Someone who listens to you, who disagrees, but still appreciates your thoughts.
That is the biggest load of nonsense.
The more we explore this island, the more convinced I become that he was wrong.
Oh, Alcatraz.
And the megastructure is a threat.
Alcatraz is a villain arc. Strap in for this one.
But without people like him, I'm not sure New Jerusalem is worth saving.
Lifthrasier. Okay. Oh, I did 2 triangles here? What does that mean? How do I know that?
There's a kind of peace here in the desert. A perfect silence. This is a dead place. More dead than almost anywhere else on Earth. If the ground could have a personality, it would be malevolent.
It's not triangles,
but
is it?
as I said before, all this
You are
in
nothing,
some sense
you are a
does not
fool,
exist
and you are a waste
at
of
all.
time.
It does
Good
not
night.
hate us. It is simply the opposite of everything that life requires. When you sit in the dunes and you hear only the wind and nothing else at all, and all the complexities of civilization fade away, you truly understand that spiritual peace is a great evil.
Who is
a kind
this?
of shallow banality that we must always strive against. It is spiritual excitement and enthusiasm which sustain our humanity. Spiritual peace is a vile and cowardly surrender to oblivion.
Who the fuck is that? Have I ever met that person ever? Also, isn't the things that are still lit up the things I've not done? I haven't done triangles, have I? What's going on here? Oh, great. We're going to read some of this now. Battery issues. Sorry to be a grump, but what's going on with our battery tech? I had my battery replaced just a couple of years ago, and it's already constantly in need of recharging. Can't spend half my life in sleep mode. Well, is this really what we're coming to? This is exactly what we're coming to. Battery ingredients are rare. We can't scavenge further without building outposts. Herman shut down the mine project. What did everyone expect? You should learn to live with less. Sleep mode is a great time to meditate and think about our place in the universe. Do you really need to be active all the time? Let's not start a panic about a minor technical issue. Mistakes happen, Stolo. Please, talk to Pellegrino or Neath about getting a replacement, which I'm sure will work a lot better. Alright. The Talos Principle, 1961. Crazy. Crazy to think that this video game is 64 years old. Digging through the archive, I was surprised to discover that there is a movie based on the Talos Principle, an international co-production written by Robert Harrison Blake, a pseudonym for an unknown screenwriter, and directed by a young Sergio Leone. It stars Peter Ustinov as Stratton of Stegera. I know that. Zero Mostel as his comedic sidekick, Nico Makis. Who wrote this shit? And Angel Aranda as the Ernest Amintas. Right, it's not a realistic biography of Stratton, but a kind of sword and sandal fantasy epic that culminates in Stratton building a replica of the mythological robot Talos to defeat the war-crazed Spartans. That part is fun and surprisingly well done for its tiny budget, but the movie also contains a number of fascinating dialogue scenes inspired by Stratton's work. Ustinov as Stratton has a line I really liked. There are always hard times in human history, Amintus. Do you think we are the first to be besieged by enemies? Or to doubt the wisdom of our allies? But while yesterday is set in stone, a better tomorrow is always within our grasp. That's fascinating, says Neve. Thank you for sharing. How weird that this film is not better known. Strange, Neve. It is strange. I don't know about sleep mode. If there's no reason, I think I'd eliminate sleep. If there's no reason. Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I agree with that. But what... why, though, Bo? Yeah, well, I think I agree with you, but let's understand why, though. I think what you're saying is that you consider sleep to be a waste of resources and necessity. You understand that it's a biological necessity, but that perhaps it's a waste of resources, right? That actually we could be doing something productive in the time when we are sleeping. And productive, I'm using productive not in the sort of commercial capitalist sense. I'm using productive to mean perhaps we could spend more time with our children, you know, and perhaps we could, I don't know, appreciate the beauty of a landscape more because we have more time to be awake. Whatever. But we can be more productive. We can do more useful things and get more things done. But is that the only... Is that the only way that you consider sleep? Is like that waste of resources? Do you think it provides... I guess here's how to ask the question properly. If you assume that about sleep, and I'm guessing that you do. I'm sorry if I'm misrepresenting you. Please do inform me otherwise, because I might be getting it slightly wrong. But if you think that about sleep, do you also think that about rest? Suppose sleep extends your lifespan, so you don't need sleep at all, but you only live 2/3 of the lifespan. Interesting conundrum. I'm not sure it's what we're considering, but it's a thought. But would you also think that way about rest? Which is a different idea, isn't it? I'll rest while I'm awake, because you like the idea of rest. You think it provides benefit. But doesn't sleep then? Highly recommend Yoga Nidra. I don't know what that is. Does sleep not provide that same benefit? Like I say, I think I agree with you, Bo. I'm just trying to... I think the point with the things that you read and the way it makes you think in Talos Principle is also to devil's advocate it a little bit. If I can be conscious for more of my life, then I choose that. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Yeah, me too. It's a good way to put it. See the benefit of sleep, but if that was removed, let's just stay up late and play board game. Well, here we go. Grab yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, because the Heat World Championship. Yoga Nidra or yogic sleep is a state of consciousness between waking and sleeping, typically induced by a guided meditation. A state of consciousness between waking and sleeping. Well, I don't know if I've got time to study that. You know what I mean? I've got things to do tomorrow. I've got to sleep a little bit. What do you see? What do you see? What do I see? Interesting. A person trapped in a maze, desperately looking for a way out. Someone guessing their friend, happy to be living in a beautiful place. Ancient human calling someone on a phone. Zagaran is a fucking faulty model, because what? An ancient human... I guess, is this the human tapping the phone? What is he talking about? Pellegrino... Oh shit, no, I didn't mean to... Wait. I'm gonna tell you what I see. It's a frog. It's not a frog. A guy shooting laser beams from his eyes? No. It's an eyeball inside a giant robot. It's a Frenchman. Oui, c'est un homme de France. I appreciate your perspectives, thank you all. I'm not sure I'm going to continue in this abstract style, as I've been drawn back to more representational art, which just feels more substantial to me, but this has been an interesting diversion. Thanks, Canada. Okay, look at what happened to Miranda, the Founder's own daughter. The megastructure is going to kill us all. Get a grip. This is absurd and also disrespectful to Miranda and her parents. Who cares? She's dead. They're probably dead too. We're all dead. If that thing blows up, it could collapse the whole world into a singularity. You really should calm down, Fred. Who calls a robot Fred, man? There's a legitimate point buried in what you're saying, but panicking isn't going to help anyone. There are reasons to be concerned, but I found 1K's arguments quite convincing so far. Every step forward in human history has come with its mistakes and sacrifices, but we can always learn from them. None of you understand. We have to listen to Pandora or we will burn. Fred, why don't you come by my shop for a chat? I have something that could help with all your caps. Well, with your all caps. Thank you, Helga, closing this thread now. Oh, is Helga gonna get... She's the lady who, like... She's the robot lady who's like... give me 13 credits and I'll give you some theoretical, hypothetical marijuana, right? Is that her, Helga? She's that lady, yeah? She's expanded our consciousness? Yeah, she's like, listen. You don't need any of that grass, man. Just talk to me for 5 minutes. Let's open up to each other. Whoa. She's that one, yeah? 1K found a recording of Lithrasir, and what an odd recording too. I know he's one of the first companions, but I don't actually know that much else about him. Don't think I've ever seen him around either. Can someone explain? I don't know this person, Lithrasir. Always had an unusual perspective even in the very beginning. He travelled a lot, sometimes leaving for years. He built a kind of mobile recharging station, so he didn't need to come back to the city as often, although it was quite risky, as the solar panels had a tendency to break rather quickly. But he had no problem taking risks if he felt they were necessary. Exploration was necessary to him. Lithrasir would record his thoughts as he explored and then publish them when he returned. Over the centuries, he accumulated a group of admirers, or disciples, if you prefer. In the period of crisis surrounding Athena's disappearance, they left the city, headed into the unknown, and we haven't heard from them since. Is the recording? I found one of those he published back in the day. As far as I can tell, perhaps it's something he decided to shelve or something he only shared with close friends like Athena. Okay. So now Lithrasir is involved. Okay, we gotta go to number 8. That was easy. Okay, preliminary. Shit, it's another one of these. Wait, whoa. Okay, red. Good. Ah, yeah, okay. What's your favorite area? Yeah, the whole area. I don't understand. Although I tell you what I do understand is if you do this now, if we had blue shooting through that window, which seems like a thing that could happen, then we could open this, but this needs to be open at the same time, which seems to make that solution feel pretty impossible. We need this open at the same time because otherwise we can't get in. Nailed it.
That was extremely convoluted.
Honestly, Melville, that was maybe the easiest thing I've ever done in my life. Okay. Yeah, are you sure we did triangles, Nam? Because these are lit up. See, like, things stop being lit up when we've done them. I thought. You did at least one triangle? Okay. I just don't know how to... Doesn't seem to be a clear way to determine. Oh gosh. Right, abort. Hang on. Right. Fuck. I thought we could jump it. Alright, hold on. What? That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. Honestly, whatever, man. Whatever. Alright, who have we got? The Sphinx.
Prometheus was bound for many years, his torment seemingly eternal.
Right.
Until one day, Zeus commanded his son, the great hero Heracles, to free the Titan from the rock. Why did Zeus relent?
Okay, what happened? I don't know why Zeus relented. I don't know. Are you asking me? You're asking me the wrong question. Why should he have relented? Why did he? I don't know. You're telling me that Zeus relented and it was the right thing to do. Why did he do it? But he might not have done it for the... like, you can do the right thing for the wrong reasons, though. I don't know. You can do the wrong thing for the right reasons. This is... Why does anybody relent on doing anything? Because they realized that they were wrong. The first one, yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, what? Why did Loki kill Agent Coulson? Well, listen. It doesn't, I don't know if it matters, really. He recognized he'd been wrong.
If even Zeus himself, who observes the world from the heights of Olympus, is not infallible, then how may any mortal trust their own judgment?
Because, whoa, you lunatic. Because, why else would you have judgment? If being infallible was not if being fallible was not possible. What? Yeah, we just do the best we can with the information available to us. Of course you can get it wrong. Oh, let's pack it all up, man. Because I don't know if you're aware of this, but we might make a mistake once or twice. So just, human race, call the whole thing off.
So you must, but will it be enough?
I don't know.
A time of dreams is at hand, creature of clay. To save your friend, you must do as Heracles did. But what will follow, none can see.
Well, at least this part is consistent. The megastructure is opening again.
All right, everyone. Assemble at the VTOL as soon as possible. Melville, keep an eye on the energy readings, please.
All right. Let's go break Byron out of, you know, the underworld or whatever.
You all know I don't share Byron's enthusiasm for the megastructure. I don't know if the founder really intended for us to be
Shut
here,
up,
and I
Alcatraz.
certainly don't
It's
trust
not about
this
what the
Prometheus
founder
entity.
intended. You're
But Byron is one of us.
so confused.
We don't leave people behind. So we're finding Prometheus and freeing him, whether Pandora likes it or not.
All right. You're
Here's how
talking...
this mission is going
okay.
to go.
You're talking like these things are real.
It's clear to me that you have some kind of special affinity for this place.
Yes. Apparently, I am the chosen one.
You more strongly than they do to us.
That's right.
So, once you're inside, I want you to take point. Do whatever you need
Take
to free
point?
Prometheus, but remember that our prime objective
Are we breaching
is to
Alcatraz?
save our friend.
You lay the
No,
charges.
I want you to stay at the
Okay.
VTOL and let Yakut and 1K go in. I'm going to stay behind as protocol requires.
No problem.
I don't love the idea of sitting this one out.
Yeah, you do.
Byron is my oldest friend, but we're doing this by the book.
Alright. What a surprise. The megastructure had him so long he's probably brainwashed by now. Ah, he's probably alright. Don't worry about it. Byron! We're on the way, Chief. Oh my god, is it... What the fuck happened? Is it always nighttime when we do this? Whoa. How long was my journey? What the fuck?
All right, I'm taking us in.
Right.
Let's hope we can find the big guy.
See you, Alcatraz. We are the Trailblazers. Turn your lights on. Okay. Good luck. Yeah. Godspeed, Zeus speed, whatever. I don't know what you people say, really. Well. From Eustathius. Eustathius, they say. I don't like it. Dearest Athena, I don't know if you will see this. You have become even more distant from the affairs of New Jerusalem than I have. Miss speaking to you and Cornelius, and I fear that some of your estrangement is my own fault. I know things are not as you had wished them to be, and the city is drifting away from that bold vision you established. This is not because of your leadership or a lack thereof. You did not fail. I did. I know I've said it before, but the New Alexandria disaster was my fault. I'm the one who took the initiative, and I'm the one who made the mistake. Yes, there should have been procedures in place, but it was my role to create such procedures, Athena, not yours. I wish I had listened to Byron when he said we had to establish another settlement immediately. Learn from the pain, don't let it fester. He was right. That's where the rot set in, and I'm sorry. With love, Eustathius. From the author's note to Athena Reborn, a novel. If my work has meant something to you, if Athena had any kind of impact on you, if some story in Wonder Tales from the Periphery moved you or made you think, then there is something about myself that I need to share with you. It's the only autobiographical fact I have any interest in sharing, the only thing about me that matters to you outside my work. Every breath that I take, and so every story that I write, is only possible because of technology. There are no natural remedies, no spiritual alternatives for what I was born with. My existence is wholly contingent upon a level of technological sophistication which was heretofore unimaginable, and which will in many ways define the coming era. When you long for a return to simpler times, you wish for a world in which I could not exist. If you are looking for answers, consider the fact that I was granted the blessing of this technology despite being born into poverty and my writing never having been particularly lucrative. The civilizational structures I live within were arranged in such a way that this technology would be deployed to save my life. Are these structures not also, at the end of the day, a kind of machine? What is the state? What is civilization if not a machine? Think about what this means, what this is. Is it systemic compassion? Is it liberation from nature? Is it equality of opportunity? Whatever your belief system, think hard about what it means that I am alive because of these machines, and I have created something that matters to you. Thank you for reading. Well, you say, is it systemic compassion? Is it liberation from nature? Is it equality of opportunity? Entirely depends on the means that got you the technology, to be honest. Exerted from orthodoxy. Clockwork. All the towering materialism which dominates the modern mind rests ultimately upon one assumption, a false assumption. It is supposed that if a thing goes on repeating itself, it is probably dead, a piece of clockwork. People feel that if the universe was personal, it would vary. If the sun were alive, it would dance. This is a fallacy even in relation to known fact, for the variation in human affairs is generally brought into them not by life, but by death, by the dying down or breaking off of their strength or desire. A man varies his movements because of some slight element of failure or fatigue. But perhaps God is strong enough to exult in monotony. It is possible that God says every morning, do it again to the sun, and every evening, do it again to the moon. It may not be automatic necessity that makes all daisies alike. It may be that God makes every daisy separately, but has never got tired of making them. It may be that he has the eternal appetite of infancy. Or we have sinned and grown old, and our Father is younger than we. It's strange, the idea is delightful, but it's also completely and obviously untrue. That's one of many reasons Chesterton is worth reading. He's wrong about a lot of things, but he's wrong about them in an interesting way. It's such a shame, though. He seems to want to restore the magic of the world, but he can only re-enchant the surface, whereas the true magic, the perfect beauty that feels like revelation, is found underneath in what he dismisses as clockwork. Day 680 of the founding of New Jerusalem. New Jerusalem, that's the name we picked. Am I sad that my suggestion didn't win? Maybe a little. But it is a good name, a fitting name, a name that we can be proud of. With it comes a new kind of optimism. Everyone is thinking of the future once more. I, for one, am glad that we have recovered our equilibrium and our determination. Athena and Cornelius are certainly bustling with plans and bright visions of the future. And, when they tell us of these dreams of theirs, it's hard not to be drawn in by the pretty pictures they paint. Speaking of which, I am becoming more and more fascinated with ancient human art, and thinking about our own role in taking the next step in that long history. Citizens of Gehenna found meaning in art, and they were imprisoned. A free people should be able to accomplish so much more. Megastructure had him... Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the note about the structures. Not sure about what the guy was talking about with technology. It seemed like he was trying to say something profound, but it didn't really come across that way. What are you up to, Jakub? Having a look at the lift? Okay. Keep it up, soldier. Well, mildly concerning, isn't it? Although we've seen weirder shit now at this point, to be honest. I'm going down.
Yay! I found another elevator. My favorite. Once again, I have no idea where I am. No sign of Prometheus so far. Hope you're doing better, 1K.
Well, I mean, define better. I don't know. I have no sign of anything.
I know I've said this before, but look at the size of this. How can all of this be one machine?
This is what you get when one machine builds a bigger machine, which builds an even bigger machine.
But where does it end?
It's just universes all the way down, Jakub. Haven't you learned anything yet?
Be careful, 1K. We don't know what's down there.
Am I dead? What in the fuck is that? Okay. This is huge. I love the ability of the Talos principle to just make you just feel that absolute weight of something. You know what I mean? And it's just with like a couple of chords, a drum beat, and a dramatic reveal, and it's like, oh shit. Here we go. Hey, Yako. Thanks for playing the game, man. Can you help me up? Yeah.
I don't think you can get up here, 1K.
Yeah, but if you...
I'll take care of the puzzle. Just give me an hour or two.
Give me a break. You could pull me up the ledge. What? So is he going to do this one? I don't know, man. Give me an hour or two. Right, how do we do this? Oh, I don't know.
But if this has to connect over here, then... Wait. If I do this, and then that...
Oh, I see.
What?
Man, Yako is never going to solve that, but I've never seen Yako solve a... Oh.
Wow! I feel really smart.
Yeah.
Also, never doing that again.
Very surprising. Oh! Aha. Wait, what? Remove... So, oh, this is... We're removing Prometheus from his chains. Is that what we're doing? I'm going that way. Shit. What is this, though? Like, who made this nonsense, you know? What am I looking at, really? I assume I have to go back. Is this a good idea? Someone locked that guy up for a reason. It's not a real guy, is it? Like, what are we... This is what I'm trying to work out. What the hell are we dealing with? There is no Prometheus. There might be a, you know, computer program that thinks it's Prometheus. But why is it... Why is it like a big stone structure, though? What? Maybe Miranda made it. At the end of the day, Nam, I'm not quitting the game now. Right. Why do you have the sigils necessary to cross bridges already? Don't you normally need to collect those? Yeah, but like... We're the best. Don't worry about it. We're the chosen one or something. You know what I mean? 1K. Okay. Where am I? Oh. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Now, how do I... Yeah. Oh no, maybe not. Oh, what a reveal, though. He even, like, he even made it so you didn't know which way to look in the elevator. They just get it, man. They just get it. Okay, one left, I think. Or what? Okay, here we go. Release him from his chains. Go back down there. I don't think I can cheese it. Whoa! 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 Oh, we all... I was just pressing the sprint button. Fucking hell. Okay. Still think you can make that. Oh. Alright, well, alright, I'll give up. I'll give up. Looks really makeable though, doesn't it? And we did make it the first time, to be honest with you. You made it. Keep trying. No, no, no. We wouldn't want to keep Prometheus waiting. Look at him. He's been waiting a long time. Oh, man. I can't wait to... You know what I mean? Shoot the shit. You know what I mean? What's Prometheus? What's his favorite beer? football team does he support? You know what I'm saying?
I thank you, Son of Man, for breaking my chains. Too long has the flame been hidden by fear and mystery. It is time to put away these childish things and for you to know the truth of the Alpha and the Omega, of the beginning and the end. I will send you visions of the truth, but remember that prophecies are a heavy burden.
New Jerusalem sounds like such a beautiful place. So, how did you decide to leave? I know what we're trying to accomplish here, and I believe in it. But for you, New Jerusalem was home. What changed that?
It took me a long time to realize that something was wrong. Oh, I'd noticed that something was off, that something had changed since the early days, but I couldn't really put my finger on it. So I ignored it. And then one day I woke up to realize I was no longer Athena. Instead, I had been transformed into the Founder, a remote figure of legend, mythologized in my own time.
But if it bothered you, couldn't you just talk to them? If you share the truth with someone, they should change their mind, shouldn't they?
Oh, I wished it worked that way, Miranda, I really do, but I barely knew the last generations. In the beginning, I was there for every birth. I explained our history, talked about our future, but at some point I got so busy building that future that I lost touch. They thought of me as a remote figure because that's what I was.
But can you change that?
I tried, but they already saw me as the Founder. The myth was too powerful, and it was already taking on a life of its own. I'd set a goal of 1,000 citizens. The number was arbitrary. Just a nice round number, nothing more, but just like I became the Founder, it became the goal. Another part of the myth. And maybe that could have been all right. Myths are a part of who we are, but something else crept in. The old human self-hatred.
So why didn't you just tell them to change? To go a different way? They would have listened to you.
No, they would have obeyed me, like my siblings in the simulation had obeyed. And that's when I realized I had to leave.
We can show them the future, Miranda, but we can't force them to accept it.
I have it. After all this time, I have it. I finally have it. The mechanics of the cosmos. From quarks to galactic filaments. Everything that makes the world what it is, makes us who we are. In a single equation. The key to understanding the machine that is the universe, and to controlling it. A theory of everything. And she was right. The language of creation is a melody, and it's beautiful. Every future is possible now. Every future, except one with Miranda in it. I can do anything, except bring her back. Or unbreak Cornelius's heart.
Byron was right. The Founder was always a fiction. She's just a person. A person who lost her way.
A theory of everything. She solved it. She solved the last puzzle.
You need to get out of there. We'll talk about this later.
Well, Honestly, when it comes to the 1,000 being just an arbitrary round number, I actually feel vindicated. Not that it makes me feel good about that, but you know, it's quite clear, right? That these guys are talking like, oh my god, what a revelation. The founder was just another one of us. She was just also an idiot, a curious idiot. Trying her best. Yeah, of course she fucking was. You made her the prophet of the goal, you know. Nothing suggested that that's what she was or what she wanted to be or what she intended to be. But what I was talking about before, about knowledge and how far would you go, how much would you sacrifice for the ultimate knowledge, she basically found it, didn't she? She did it. The theory of everything. It might, honestly, there are scientists alive in 2025 who think it might be impossible. Not, well, scientists never really say impossible, but like, that it may be beyond ordinary comprehension.
If the goal is a myth, and Athena never intended for us to stop growing, but everything here went wrong and Miranda died, then what's the point of all of this? Why the puzzles, the towers, the entities?
Maybe
what are we being tested for?
Maybe it's got nothing to do with what you
Does
think.
she want us to prove we're worthy of the theory of everything?
Why do you think it's the founder?
Or to learn from her mistakes and reject it?
Why do they think the founder made this? Do we know that? Do we know the founder made all this? Do we know that? Because that seems really unlikely to me.
Finally, it all makes sense. Anti-gravity, matter synthesis, teleportation. It's not just one new technology.
Oh.
It's control over physics. Manipulating the base layer of reality itself. Rearranging the building blocks of the universe.
That actually makes sense.
If we can gain control of the megastructure, we can do anything we want. I'm not even talking about our energy problem. We can build anything we want. We can go anywhere we want. It's all up to us.
Unless we fail. Unless we make a mistake like Miranda and we lose everything.
I am also still heartbroken for Cornelius and Athena. Because it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter how Miranda came to be. It doesn't, like, all the logistics of it are irrelevant. The fact that they're robots clearly is irrelevant, given that these robots experience very real feelings of existence and very real emotions and very real aliveness. That was their daughter.
Is everyone okay?
Not a representation of their daughter
I'm taking
or
us back now.
a machine intended to replicate
Meanwhile, there's been
what it might be to have a daughter. That was their daughter.
You'll see when you land. How are things on your end?
The energy fluctuations seem to be dying down. Looks like the system is coming out of lockdown.
Good. Let's hope we don't regret this.
That picture of the star, man. Or that glitch. What was that?
Fly about? That seems terribly dangerous.
We haven't had any problems so far.
Except for losing one of the first companions, of course. No, I don't blame you, Al. I know what he's like. And I'm the one who agreed to all this in the first place. That's why I had to see it for myself. It is dreadfully imposing, though, isn't it? Hard to believe the founder would build something so sinister.
The mayor's here?
Well, this should be interesting.
Give him a piece of your fucking mind, Melville. I'll be right behind you. Let's go speak to this idiot. Don't mythologize people without the consent. Yeah, I mean, don't idolize people. Don't do it, you know? You know what people find really uncomfortable?
Welcome back.
Martin Luther King was a bit of a prick with women.
By my presence here. Don't
It's
worry,
really uncomfortable.
Neither I nor my advisors will be getting in your way, but I've decided that I need to see this place for myself. These visions sent to you by the entity that calls itself Prometheus are deeply concerning, of course, but we cannot take them at face value. In fact, it's crucial that we do not do so. We cannot simply abandon all that we believe because of a dream, no matter how vivid. No. If the founder really built all this, then it must have a purpose. It must be a test, designed to remind us of the trials that created us. But what is she trying to tell us? What are we being tested for?
Stop thinking about it like that.
I believe that Byron's fate shows us the dangers of temptation. As Elohim attempted to deceive Athena in the simulation, commanding her not to ascend, so Prometheus is deceiving us with his visions.
So many people. Are these higher intelligent beings? Every fucking robot I have met just jumps to whatever conclusion they think is the best.
That's only reasonable, but I would ask you to think about what I said.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it all.
After all, can it really be a coincidence
Shut
that
up.
you came along on this mission?
I'm not buying your book.
It seems to me that you have been chosen.
I don't want
you
your
are
leaflet.
The fulfillment of the goal. Don't forget that.
There is no such thing as the goal. You're all dumb. Can I do this? Okay, we're not. We're gonna end the stream. Is what I wanted to say. But let me just check out this golden door. We've got 3 more zones to get through, which maybe will happen next week. Hey, Daniel, how you doing? I don't think this Herman guy has been paying much attention. They're all fucking thick, man. Nam, they're all stupid. How? It's so frustrating because the game's like, oh, here's some really profound and thoughtful dialogue options. Oh, and by the way, we'll give you 6 dialogue options with every interaction because this stuff is so complicated and it's based on the human condition and the hubris of the gods and the humility of man. And none of the options are like, you guys are fucking morons. Please wake up from your nightmare and just stop trying to second guess everything that you see and just take things for what it is. And then let's move forward from there. Let's keep trying. Let's work it out. I love the Talos principle. I really love the Talos principle, man. And I think, you know, the first like couple of bits was all this like society stuff, right? It was like, how can we build and I don't know if you can build the perfect society. I found it all maybe I found it like slightly overwhelming, actually. It was like asking questions that you just can't answer, and it's still probably asking questions that you can't answer, but it's I think what's a little bit easier now is there are ideas to support and there are ideas to oppose, and it makes you feel a little bit more like you have a place and a purpose on this fucking mad quest to open up the massive triangle in the middle of nowhere that nobody really understands. But we're gonna work it out, and we're gonna do it for Miranda, but we're not gonna do it tonight. because we've been live a little while. But everybody, thanks so much for chilling out. XCOM 2, A Star Wars Story should be back on Tuesday. So look out for that one. On Wednesday, I should be commentating for the guys at Revolution for the Tier 2 race, which is in Texas. And then I will be racing that race in Texas on Friday night. On Sunday, of course, Cerebral Sunday, we're going to come back to the Talos Principle. Live right now in the Discord, though, I did put a little poll up, which is due to last 2 weeks currently, which is more than enough time based on where we are on this one, about what should be our next Cerebral Sunday game. And previously, I put like 6 options or whatever on some of those polls. And it's also not set in stone just because something wins that we're going to go for it. But I've got 2 games on my radar that I really want to play, and I can't decide which one I want to play more than the other one. So I put the little poll up in the Discord of just 2 games. They are Blueprints. It's important that you say that one out loud, I think. Blueprints and Nier Automata. You say Potato and I say Nier Automata. I don't know. Well, that one anyway. Nier Automata, and Blueprints is what I'm thinking about for the next Cerebral Sunday. So if you care, feel free to cast a vote in the poll. Like I say, it's actually not gospel. We don't live in a democracy. I'm sorry. That's not how these Twitch streams work. But it would be interesting to get people's thoughts and feelings anyway. So feel free to click a button over in the Discord if you want. You want to go? Should we go say hi to somebody? Is anybody around? What's going on? You know what I mean? What's happening? What's happening? Twitch? What's happening? White people? Can I mute me? I think I did it. What about Bill? You want to go watch Bill play? What the fuck is this? Donkey Kong Bonanza? Let's do it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're changing it up, man. Both excellent games. Thanks for the stream. Thank you so much for chilling out. And thanks for, like, you know, just taking part, man. I gotta tell you, I would love this game. I would love this game, I'm sure, if I played it on my own. We are going to go raid Bill anyway, if you want to come say hi. I would love this game, I'm sure, if I played it on my own. And I think it's phenomenal. And it gets you to think about things in a different way. It's beautiful, by the way. And it's regularly awe-inspiring. And it's just really thoughtful. But also playing it and having the ability to chat to people about it while playing it is maybe... It maybe doubles the impact of it. You know what I mean? And that we're able to talk about it in such a good-natured but intellectually thoughtful way is really cool. And I'm not, by the way, that's not like me suggesting that everybody who watches the Talos Principle should be engaging in big fucking deep philosophical conversations while we're playing. People should just do whatever the fuck they want, all right? and be happy. But the fact that we get the opportunity to do that, I think is really, really cool. And I'm very grateful for it because it makes me have a really good time. Everybody, I love you all a lot. Please, over the coming days, be unspeakably, unreasonably, unfathomably kind to each other. And I will see you sometime next week for XCOM, for F1 Racing, or for more Talos Principle on Cerebral Sunday. Good night. Say hi to Bill. Spread the love.